Heavenly Father God, thank you for today. Thank you for the rain that we so richly need. Thank you for all the blessings that we have here to live in a country where we can come together and make decisions from a free and elected body. Thank you for these group of individual community members that give up their time to make important decisions for our school district, our students, our staff, employees, and our community for the betterment of our community and for our school district. Pray that tonight as they're deliberating, discussing, and receiving information, that they would have all the information they need to make informed decisions and make the best decision possible for our students. Pray this in your name. Amen. Amen. And now the pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the flag for Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Trustees, if you could please make your way to the front.
Chairs, I think they get a picture. Although it may be, with all the things, we'll have to see.
Thank you. I'll get started. In the spirit of TASB's January Board Appreciation Month, we at Navarro ISD and our extended Panther family want to turn a spotlight on our incredible Board of Trustees. This year's theme, Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, perfectly embodies their dedication to our district's and community's future. This year's theme perfectly captures the essence of the board's commitment. Like a light bulb sparking a bright idea, our board members fuel Navarro ISD's motto of vision and action. Their tireless service, grounded in a deep love for education, makes a real difference in the lives of our students, staff, and the heart of Geronimo. Illuminating the path forward, our team of 8's guiding light translates that vision into action through their unwavering governance, spirit of volunteerism, and compassion for people. While the theme is Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, the Navarro ISD Board of Trustees consistently go above and beyond, serving as true visionaries who are setting the pace for the next decade of Navarro Panthers. Their leadership extends far beyond fulfilling the requirements of tomorrow, and they are actively shaping a future of excellence for our children who will be the next generation of Navarro's teachers, parents, coaches, principals, and maybe even trustees. Thank you to the trustees for your unwavering dedication and leadership. We are incredibly fortunate to have such a visionary team at the helm, steering our district towards a bright and successful future. We hope you enjoy all of the fun tokens of appreciation provided by our campuses, students, and district departments. Please join me in thanking the trustees for January Board Appreciation Month. I don't have a picture of all of y'all together, so I'm just gonna get one real quick. I'll come one step down. Okay, and now we will have our cheer team come out, please. On January 18th, for the first time in district history, the Navarro Cheer Squad advanced to the UIL Spirit State Championship. The team competed against 60 other 4A D2 schools from across the state in 3 categories, including band chant, crowd leading, and fight song. A combined score for the 3 routines is averaged, and the top 30% advanced to finals. Although Navarro didn't make it to the finals their first year, their band chant scored remarkably high with 48.8 points out of 50, making them strong contenders in this category. We'd like to recognize the following athletes: Madison Gillum, Jade Dalkey, Allison Antista, Kylie Kernan, Presley Larson, Ainsley Percher, Chloe Rodriguez, Maddie St. John, Mallory Velasquez, Tamara Villarreal, Landry Wilson, Dakota Garrison, Kendall Graham, Caitlin Hernandez, Leah Reyes, and Bailey Weatherly. Our competition squad is coached by head cheer coach Amy Dalkey and assistant coach Andrea Velasquez. And the cheer team would also like to offer thanks to Miss Wendy McMullen for attending the championship as the district administrator. The Navarro cheer squad demonstrated incredible Panther pride at state championships and have made their mark on the map for their incredible spirit and competitive drive. Their dedication and hard work are a true representation of what our community is known for. Please help me to congratulate our Navarro cheer team.
We have that filter on. That's a requirement. Awesome, thank you. Good job, guys.
And now we would like to recognize our ATSSB Region Band members. On December 6th, 10 Navarro ISD high school band students competed at the ATSSB Region 12 band auditions. ATSSB is the Association of Texas Small School Bands, dedicated to supporting and promoting the interests of smaller school bands in the state of Texas. ATSSB offers opportunities for musicians to audition for region bands, which are highly selective ensembles comprised of the most talented young musicians. Students must undergo rigorous auditions to earn a coveted spot in these bands. And these ensembles provide a unique and challenging musical experience, allowing students to perform at a high level with other gifted peers and under the guidance of experienced conductors. Earning a place in Region Band is a significant achievement, recognizing the exceptional talent and dedication of these young musicians. And tonight we'd like to recognize the following students who qualified for Region: Aiden Ditch, tenor saxophone; Evie Scott, clarinet; Santiago Rodriguez, trumpet; Sophia Castillo, trumpet; Alex Soto, trumpet; Lucas Cantrell, baritone saxophone; Gabby Sossenhagen, flute; Trinidad Aguirre, alto saxophone; Sloan Wackester, bass clarinet; and Landon Cole, bass trombone. And additionally, 2 students further qualified for the advanced level area band. Senior and drum major Gabby Sossenhagen performed with the area band on January 4th, and junior trumpet Santiago Rodriguez will perform at Davenport High School with the area jazz band in February. We commend our student musicians for their hard work and perseverance throughout the audition process. Their dedication and talent are a testament to the exceptional instruction they receive from our dedicated band directors, Mr. Parker, Mr. Robledo, Mr. Hollebeck, and Mrs. Parker. And we are incredibly proud of the commitment to musical excellence demonstrated by both staff and students. Please help me to congratulate these wonderful musicians.
Hold on, you have to get it. Our reluctant directors and teachers and sponsors. Awesome, good job.
At this time, do we have any public comments or public participation? Okay, there's no public comments or public participation. So we will go right into item number 6, the high school construction and bond 2021 and bond 2024 updates with AGCM Assistant Project Manager Melissa Newton. Hey, Melissa.
Hi. Hello? Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Mrs. Epley. I'm here this month again with some more fantastic updates for you. I just need to lift, sorry. All right. Maybe it's delayed. One leg left.
Everybody rub your palms together and create that static electricity.
Oh, okay, well, that's helpful. Okay, here we go. Number one. So looking at the exterior of the building, we continue around. This is the north face of the two-story classroom portion of the building. We're getting ready to do some EFS work. Most all the masonry work on this side of the building and in the front part of the classroom wing and all the way around the classroom wing actually is pretty much done. We continue to move around the building there with more EFS. This will be your west side. In the front of the school, this is the cafeteria, so getting ready for some more masonry work there. All the windows are in. Back side of the CTE, finishing up all the masonry work on the walls there. You can see the door openings. We do have overhead doors on site. Most all materials, big materials, are all on site right now. Starting to go back inside to the classrooms. This month you see the grid, the ceiling grid is up. We have the supply and return grills in the ceilings there, light fixtures in the ceilings. Starting to put electrical receptacles in the first floor and connecting them, so some of them are functioning into the permanent power. This is the west side of the building corridor. So you see most of the tile work is all done on the first floor of the classrooms. That fun-looking plastic duct you see there is the temporary dehumidification system that allows us to put all these finishes in since mechanical equipment's not up and running yet. However, latest update as of today, probably in the next 2 weeks, we're gonna start up. All the units are set. Corridor second floor continues with all the above ceiling, getting ready to do the tile. A lot of the classrooms have the grid light fixtures, again, the air supply. This is actually a science classroom, so those stub outs there in the middle of the floor are going to be for the teachers' lab station. Going down into the admin, we got tape and float. It's actually already all first coated now. Continuing again with the above ceiling, all the in-wall electrical. We do have an above ceiling inspection scheduled this week for the classroom areas. So we'll start closing up ceilings in those areas this week, fingers crossed. In the commons area, the large open area in the middle, we have this social stair feature. They continue to pour concrete on the stairs. I took this angle mostly to show you that sheetrock in the back because it's hard to get a good picture of the auditorium, but all the sheetrock in the auditorium is going up as well. In this open area, you have some of the CTE health science classrooms. So we got walls up there, floated out, prepping some fur downs. Looking from the second floor towards your media center, framing for fur downs. We're framing for hard lid ceilings, continuing with the above ceiling MEP work. Again, you can see the auditorium sheetrock in the back. Inside your media center, this is the workroom. Sheetrock again, all the MEP wiring going in and ductwork. Cafeteria, sorry this picture is kind of dark, but it's fantastic in there. All the sheetrock is up, continuing to frame out for the fur downs. There's some hard lid ceilings where we have linear diffusers going in those ceilings. Back of house kitchen, walls up, continuing with all the fantastic mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work that's gonna go into that whole kitchen system. Auditorium, so we are actually standing on, I think I've shown you pictures before of that scaffolding we call the dance floor. So we're standing on the dance floor looking at the mechanical work that's going up in the ceiling there and the duct work. And then our Panther Pride flag is still proudly hung. Under that dance floor in the back of the auditorium, we're looking into what's going to be the control room. So you can't see it too well, but there'll be a window there. And then upstairs from that, above that, will be the spot booth. You can see my little floor plan there on the bottom left. I kind of highlighted yellow this area that we're going to go through now, your fine arts. So this is one of the corridors. They're continuing to block fill all that CMU. We're painting door frames, continuing with any electrical work, duct work, storm drains. A restroom, block fill is done. We have the stub outs, and soon they'll be getting ready to do the ceilings. Dance cheer studio, duct work is up, all the walls are closed up. Continuing again with all the overhead mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work. CTE is one of the classrooms on that back side of the CTE wing. Again, duct work, storm drains, block filling. Locker rooms, one of the shower areas. Continuing with the walls, you can see the plumbing stubbing out up over the top there for the showers. This is actual locker room area, so there will eventually be lockers in here. That will have exposed structure, so no ceilings there, but continuing again with the electrical plumbing. We're making our way around the whole building. Competition gym continues. This is the only area we haven't quite finished the roof yet. It's because of all those high CMU walls that had to go in there, so those took a great deal of time. They're also working back of house, so that wall we're looking at there in the background, the other side is where the training room will be. So plumbing, storm drains, electrical, everything's happening in this area right now. Out to the ag barn. Most all the masonry walls are up. We're still continuing to work on the wash stalls. Sorry. And so overall, you can see how the roof is mostly complete. Again, I confirmed today all the rooftop units have all been landed on the roof. Getting ready for startup in the next 2 weeks. Site work with the weather we've had over the last week and foreseeable this week has not had much work going on at all. So segue to that, for as far as our traffic signal, all the items that need to be procured for the traffic signal are in the process. They're in line. Everything's been signed and approved, and we're in line. FF&E procurement will be on your action items tonight. And then as far as Lean Cuber goes, still getting a meeting set up with the county. I think last month was waiting for a survey to be updated to see how it impacted the right-of-way and all those driveways that are out that direction. But again, we continue to communicate with the city on working on the timeline with the county. Unfortunately, the county is one person right now. They don't have a head engineer, it's just the assistant engineer. So he's pretty overwhelmed, but we're all in communication probably every other week or so, just making sure that everybody has what they need, and we're continuing to move on. We just need to get one last powwow together to actually come up with a timeline to present to the city to say what the county plans to do and when. Before I move on to the rest of the bond work, does anybody have any questions on the high school?
What is the work on, when's
123, the traffic signal. So we need to get Link Road done first. So not Link Huber, but the backside of the school at Link Road. So box culverts are in, we're starting to prep to put head walls, we backfill dirt, get all that, so that way the construction traffic has the way in and out of the site. Once we start opening up the main entrance, then we'll be stuck, so we need to get the Link Road, but with the weather, they haven't had good luck finishing out there. Okay, so as we go on to 2024 bond update, Scott Parker will be speaking after me, bringing to you the GMP bid package 1. But as far as the overall athletic complex, we are in design development stage, trying to make sure we're in budget. Bartlett Cock continues to chip away at the needs and the requirements that we're looking for, that were in the bond package. So as we continue to work through that, we're on schedule still. For the new elementary school, I have had, and Ryan, I should introduce Ryan, he's also helping out on the elementary school. Some interesting meetings with the city of Seguin this week, talking about how we're going to help water connections come into the site, talking about drainage, and man, I just had another big one, sorry. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that when I think of it, I'm so sorry. But we have SD drawings, we've been going through with LPA on the actual layout of the school, functionality of everything. The biggest challenges right now is just site work and how that will work out. As far as the primary and intermediate parking and playground improvements, we are out to bid right now. Bids come back February 6th. We had a pre-proposal on Thursday, had 5 contractors show up. We had a great walk around all the facilities with Corrigan, so we're looking forward to getting that project kicked off and completed this summer. Chiller replacement, we continue to do some more investigation with all the control panels. There's lots of parts and pieces that we need to figure out what we're replacing, what we're not, what talks to each other to make sure we're doing that all right. And then as far as the refresh projects, we're still trying to get farther along into the elementary, and then some of the other projects, the chiller replacement. And we have an upcoming meeting this next week with O'Connell Robertson to start hashing out ideas on what we can do with the junior high remodel, refresh, and or expansion to get some classrooms going. We're looking to convert the 500 building, the current library at the junior high, since the old high school has a library, to additional classroom, because we're gonna need that. I think that's all I got. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I can't remember what the other item was on the elementary school off the top of my head, but I will attest to you that we are continuing to keep open communication with the people that we need to be talking to. So I will continue to give you all updates on that and make sure we're maintaining that schedule. Do we have any questions? Good? Okay, well, at any time, if you all have questions, I'm happy to answer them, so thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we are moving into action items. We're going into 7A, consider and take possible action to approve the GMP amendment for package number 1 for the new athletic project. And I believe we have Mr. Parker coming to talk to us.
Good evening, President of the Board, board members, Ms. Epley, administration. I was here before you about a month ago and said we needed to get started to get package 1 of 3 out to bid so we can get the grandstands, press box, bleachers, procured so we can maintain the schedule. So I'm happy to report that we have done that, and we come before you tonight to get approval of GMP 1 for $3,056,216. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
And I do think you have some slides, if you wanna push through, you should be able to see, the seating diagram, just for everyone's refresh.
Did Melissa break it?
No, in talking to Scott earlier today, we pulled out the slides from last month and,
Okay. I think we
But-
did have a picture though of where that seating was, yeah.
oh, yeah.
I do have one question.
Okay?
We're out for bid for bid package for this, product. Where are we gonna store?
Well, it's gonna take,
On the football field, where we gonna
yeah,
store it?
the reason we came to you on an early package, once we get approved shop drawings, it's almost 52 weeks before we get
Right.
product on
Okay.
site. So that should roll right into the construction
So the
that we've
timing
got,
works
right.
out, so-
And then we'll have plenty of room to stage on site. But we needed to come and get package 1 going, because those things take, from the time we get approved shop drawings, it's about a 16th month lead time from today to when we get product on the ground, you know, is what they're telling us right now. There's a lot of athletic projects out on the street. We did get competitive bids, so we have a competitive number, and we just need to get in the queue so we can get the shop drawing started and then let the production start.
That was my concern, is if we were end up getting it way before we started construction of the stadium.
We've got some room out there, so we think we're in good shape.
Ron, I don't have a question for you. My question is on the, kind of the wording of this, how this, pardon me for if it's ignorance or whatever, but in here we're wording it as an amendment, but we really only approved the design for the procurement of, so what are we really amending? I guess that, the mechanics of that is a little bit confusing to me. 'Cause-
I would just tell you that that was the language provided by the attorney,
Okay.
for this particular piece of
It
it.
feels like a motion, not an amendment, not an amendment to a package. 'Cause
Right,
it's,
right, and I think, you know, some of the approach is that instead of one GMP for the entire project, you are saying we will, you know, amend that to be just for this piece, and we'll come back with 2 separate, GMPs for the other portions of it.
Yeah,
Certainly,
in total, there'll actually be 3 contract amendments that we brought before you. Each GMP is an amendment to the CM at risk contract that we have with the district right now.
Okay, so then this bleacher, the athletic facility, then it already has a GMP established. This is amendment number.
GMP 1 will be amendment 1 to the
Okay,
contract.
that makes more sense. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
instead of that giant number when we went
Sure.
into the original contract, you're now amending to say, we're approving just this for this piece, then you'll come back
Yeah.
for the rest.
Once I
to work.
understand the wording and how this is.
No, I understand, absolutely.
And it's moving fast. I mean, we'll be back in front of you at the end of April for the final GMP. But what we've got to do is we got to let the cake bake, and while we're letting that cake bake, the things that we need to procure quickly is why we're bringing it to you in packages.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I do want to be clear, if anyone is listening, because if there was any confusion up here, likely somebody is confused out there as well. We are not amending the overall budget of the project. What is being amended is you had an overall budget to the contract that was approved for our architect and our contractor to work together with this budget. The amendments are coming in 3. This first bid package saying we're setting a price for this portion of the project. And then we'll do the same thing on the second portion of the project and the third portion of the project, not to exceed the overall budget that was already established, unless, of course, there is cost savings somewhere else and you guys go to approve that. But at this time, that is not the case. We are very much working to be on the original budget approved.
Because I do agree with Joel, the word amendment threw me, and I was like,
Yep.
where's that coming from?
Yep, no, so thank you, Scott, for just
Okay.
clarifying that for us.
Any other questions?
All right, any further discussion? That is an action item, so do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for package number 1, GMP number 1, in the amount presented by administration for the new athletics project, and further authorize the superintendent to negotiate and finalize the terms for the required GMP amendment in a form approved by legal counsel and to also execute the same.
Okay, we have a motion by Clint and a second by Dan. Any other discussion at this time? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor? Okay, 7-0 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you. I'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, we're gonna move into, item 8, our discussion and information, session, beginning with an update from the Athletic Advisory Committee and progress on it.
All right, Board, I'd like to bring up our guests from the Athletic Advisory. And so I'll have them introduce themselves to you, and then I will assist them with the presentation. So ladies, if you would please introduce yourself to the board.
I'm Addison Santone and I'm representing powerlifting.
I'm Ada Chapa and I represent volleyball. Sorry.
And I'm Missy Brinsley, I'm a parent.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, and if y'all will advance one more slide, they have the clicker up there, so I just want to make sure. Did want to start this off by telling you this was a scheduled update of our progress with our athletic advisory. Obviously, with the departure of the athletic director and head football coach, we thought about, holding off. But we felt it was really important to communicate the progress that this group has made, and that our intention with the new athletic director is to continue this process. As you know, in the district, we have worked to increase our engagement by adding committees so that folks know what's going on in the district and they're able to share their voice about what's going on and where they see that collaborative vision for improvement going in specific areas. And athletics is certainly an important and valued part of our district, and so we felt that this was an excellent way to get feedback. This is part of an overarching athletic improvement plan, and what I have here on the slides are the goals of that improvement plan. And those goals were shared with this advisory, which was made up of parents, students, we had some school board members attending as well, and certainly community weighing in on this process of what's important to us and how we're going to continue to address that work. So I'm going to have our guests speak a little about how that committee is going, what they've accomplished so far, and then their feelings about where they may head with this committee, and certainly as we bring in the new athletic director, what they're going to recommend our topics for the committee. So I will turn it over to you, Ms. Santone.
The Athletic Advisory Committee was established in the fall of 2024. Membership includes over 40 students, parents, coaches, and administrators and supporters. Our mission is trying to make the athletic community stronger and better and focus on junior high sports, ensure equal across all sports, maintain traditions, and foster new engagements.
Okay, and then at our meetings on October 31st meeting, we discussed our profiles of our athletes, coaches, parents, and fans. And then on November 6th, we had discussed the retention, our goal setting, our stakeholder engagement, and our evaluation and monitoring. And then on our fans profile, we talked about our fans just being loud and proud, supportive, respectful, and led by example and honor tradition. Because if we don't have good fans, then obviously our athletes aren't gonna play out how they should.
For our athletes profile, we put student first, leader, team before me, coachable, sportsmanship, respectful, accountable, hardworking, multi-sport athlete, communication, passionate, supports everyone. And for multi-sport athlete, we're not saying you have to do like every single sport, but like if you do some sports, it like the movements and everything transfer over to other sports, so it helps you like gain like your strength that you need to do everything. And just hardworking, hold everyone accountable. If they're not doing as much reps as they should be doing, hold them accountable. It's only going to make the team better.
As a parent, most of the kids, the athletes themselves, do a lot of the parents and the fans such their input. They ask the parents are more of a voice of reason instead of trying to be the coach. The coaches do their job and respect their authority on the field, on the court, and in the classroom for these young athletes. Hoping to be supportive, parents to be more supportive of the program. This rolls over into fandom too. Make sure the fans are being supportive to the coaches and the kids as they're playing whatever respective sport they're playing and participating in.
For coaches, we put teacher first, inspiring and uplifting, approachable, loyal, caring, fair, professional, encouraging, dedicated, builds a legacy, retains athletes, mentor and role model. You want, like as a coach, you want to be able to like be the person your kids, like if they don't have like a trusted adult anywhere else, you want to be that trusted adult that they can come to, talk to about anything. You want to be professional. You just don't want to have fun all the time. You want to be hard on them and like make them better as just an athlete.
And then, I don't know, are you doing this one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna speak real quick onto the.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about how y'all felt about the process, what you saw out of it before we move to this last slide.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of having a committee regarding the athletic department. I've always felt like the coaches should do their job and we should kind of let them do their job. But I was very pleasantly surprised to see that there were so many athlete involvement. Board members were there, people that were more alumni athletes had shown up. That way they can keep promoting the tradition of the past while still encouraging the new growth and starting new traditions moving forward, which is a great time for us to really continue the program as we have a new AD coming in, and hopefully they can steer and direct it in the same productive way that Coach Blunt left it.
I think having the athletic committee is very good because, like, I think you should always have an athlete's opinion on, like, other things and, like, just being able to get it, like, from an athlete's point of view, like, yes, coaches, but also, like, athletes should have an opinion, too. So,
I also think it's very good to have like an athletic committee where you have your people that do sports pitch in and like what we want in like a new AD and everything, what we like in a coach, what we like in our fans. Because if we don't have that input, we're not gonna like what's going on, and it's not gonna be fun anymore. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I would tell you guys that we do value this committee. I think some of the conversations I had with these lovely folks who came and decided to represent the committee, and thank you again for that, was that there were really actionable things happening. And the thought was that they saw change out of those conversations when they went to a game, watching the fans start to adopt and be aware that you are being held accountable to that profile. And certainly as coaches see that, as student athletes see that, And as we look to develop the program, how everyone sees their roles and understands that's the standard that we want to have here. And so all decisions being made in staffing, in supporting programs, in creating an atmosphere and a culture at our athletic events really has to hold to that agreed upon standard. And so lots of compliments in that arena. Certainly the new athletic director and head football coach can use this feedback to help continue the development and guide that committee into some questions that we have. We know as a community that has always supported multi-sport, that looks a little different as you continue to add sports and seasons collide. And more than ever this year, I have had parents reaching out about what that looks like for my child to be in their first sport of that season, but also with their second sport starting. What is the conversation about how athletes are shared when conflicts arise? What has priority? When there are no conflicts, do we have a flexibility to share that athlete? And having those conversations and getting that feedback from the committee, from the coaches, from the students, and making sure that both sides are seen, right? That the child that stays with the first sport because their understanding was, I've got my academic responsibilities, I've committed to this one sport, that's really all I can do now until this sport finishes, and then I'll be ready to contribute to my new team, that there is no penalty or retaliation for them making that choice. And for the child that says, I'm good, I'm able to balance it, I'm able to stay healthy mentally and physically, and attend a scrimmage that doesn't conflict with district practice or games, means I get to participate, but it doesn't give me any higher privilege. You don't suddenly become a starter because you did step up in that regard. We are respecting that the student athletes have to become the masters of their bodies and their minds and know what they're capable of, and respecting that and elevating them so that we continue to have solid teams, good communication with coaches, and we're always making decisions that are best for our student athletes. So excited about this committee continuing. Obviously the next date will be determined as we bring on a new athletic director who will be listening and learning and sharing those next steps as we start to continue to grow in this arena. Navarro has a rich history of athletic success, and that is something that the community has continued to invest in with this new athletic facility. I'm excited to continue to expand opportunities in junior high, and I truly feel that we are moving in a fantastic direction as we grow in athletics. And that collaboration with the students, the coaches, the parents, and just those community supporters who come out is so very critical. So excited about the future of athletics, and excited to have you guys join us and tell us that perspective. So thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Or any comments? I think the only thing that I'd like to say that I noticed is you guys put in your profile for your student athletes and your coaches, you guys have very high standards and high expectations. And I'm really pleased to see that, because we're very used to our athletics being high performers, and I like that you guys are wanting to hold your coaches to that same standard. So congratulations on that. Okay, if that is all with that, we're going to move on to 8B, our bilingual report.
Well, good evening, President Sartain, members of the board, and Superintendent Epley. First, I want to say thank you to each of you in board recognition. We appreciate you and all that you do and the time that you invest in us. Tonight, I'm going to be talking about our ESL bilingual program. As we've discussed in the past, we are seeing growth in this program, and I'm joined by some guests tonight. To my right are our ESL specialist, program specialist, Letty Miller, who you met at our last board meeting, And Kaylee Arliss is joining her tonight. She is our ESL program specialist for pre-K through 5th grade. Letty, of course, services 6th grade through 12th grade. And our team is completed with Dr. Kaufman. Dr. Kaufman has a rich background in multilingual education as a former director. So we've been talking about the future of our bilingual education program in Navarro. And I made a one-pager from TEA. They updated it in January. That just kind of talks about the process. So when a student enrolls, we have a home language survey that the education agency provides for us. They can't do it online yet because education agency hasn't figured out how to make it online, integrated into our online system. So this is actually a piece of paper that these families fill out. They have lots of questions. It is in their native language. Often it has to be translated because of the vocabulary, but they're basically putting in this document what English or what language they speak most often at home. So if they put English, we don't do anything with it, but if they put another language, Vietnamese, Tagalog, all types of these other languages, Spanish is our most common, we have to do testing and assess whether or not they're fluent enough to go into a fully no supported English classroom. Right now, because our numbers are low, we have only an ESL program, English Second Language. So they're getting all their instruction in English with support from our ESL specialist, whether that's a paraprofessional or our ESL specialist directly. They actually are pushing into the classroom and supporting the students in the classroom. So placement happens right now in our district with only one program because our numbers are small. So I'm gonna show you where we are looking. This is the Texas rule that tells us if we have 20 or more students in a specific grade level that speak the same language, we have to offer bilingual programming, and we'll talk specifically about that in just a few minutes. But where we are right now, moving on into our numbers, our biggest area that we monitor is kindergarten and 1st grade, those early grade levels. We have 20 active ESL students in kindergarten right now, but only 17 of them have the same language. So we're very, very close in that grade level. 1st grade, we have 20 active, only 13 of those are Spanish speakers. So you can see our pre-kindergarten numbers are also close, 17 active with 1 parent denial. Parent denials come when parents do not want their children receiving any supports in their native language. They want them fully immersed in English. We do get those often, and we sit down and talk with the parents about what that means for their child. We don't want children to struggle. We don't want them to be in an environment where they don't understand anything. So it's occasional that we get a parent denial, but it's not common. 2nd grade right now, we have 15 active with 2 monitors. Now, by 2nd grade, they can be exited from the program. So when we say monitor, they have to go on monitor status for multiple years after they're exited. So those monitor kids achieved a fluency level to be exited, meaning their English skills were strong, but we still have to monitor them to ensure that they're making progress. If they don't make progress, they have the opportunity to go back into the program, but that hasn't happened in our district. Generally, when they go out to monitor status, they stay on monitor status. Moving on into our intermediate, 3rd grade currently has 13 active. 4th grade is another heavy grade level. We have 19 active. 2 of those are monitor students in that grade level. 16 of them are Spanish speakers. 5th grade, another group that's large. 17 are active with 2 monitor students. We move to the junior high, 6th grade. I currently have 15 active with 3 monitors. 7th grade, only 4 active. That was a small year, one of our smallest groups. 1 monitor. 8th grade, 16 active with 4 monitors. And then if we look at our high school numbers last, sorry, this thing is not clicking fast enough. 9th grade, we have 10 active with 1 monitor. 10th grade, 13 active, 1 monitor, 1 parent denial. 11th grade, another small group with only 6 active and 2 monitors. And then 12th grade is where we want to see a number of 0. Currently, we have 4 actives with 2 monitors. We want them to be fluent by the time they're in 12th grade, especially if they've been in our program. These students have not been here the full time, or they would be on the monitor status. Those 2 monitors are our native kids who've been here for multiple years. So emergent bilingual students is what Texas is now calling our students. They have 4 levels that they have to achieve in order to exit the program. So we are evaluating them every year through a test called the TELPAS, the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment. They're either going to be beginners, meaning they have minimal English skills, intermediate, advanced, or advanced high. they're always tweaking this system, and Kaylee and Letty can tell you this. We have the opportunity this year to reclassify many of our emergent bilingual students because they are in the advanced and the advanced high range. So we are looking at reducing the numbers of students who are actually participating actively by getting them to the exit level. So if we look at our student numbers, currently at the elementary, kindergarten, pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, and first grade cannot exit the program, but second grade can. Right now we have 23% of our students, our active students, who are beginners, 42% are intermediate, 23 are advanced, and 12 are advanced high. So if I look at that 23 and 12, those are the students that we are targeting for reclassification. Same thing as you move down the chart, intermediate, those numbers are higher for advanced, and advanced high, we have 46 of those students. So if you look at that, almost 50% of those students could possibly exit with our exit criteria. Junior high, 52% are advanced. If we can push them over, that's a high number of students. We have, remember, one grade level there with a high number of enrollment. We're looking at reclassifying them and moving them outside to monitor status. And then high school, 40% of our students are in advanced, 17% advanced high. We only have 6% that are beginner. These are newcomers. And keep in mind, foreign language exchange students, they become a part of this program. We are required, even though they have not lived here and they're only here to acquire English, they have to participate by law in this program. So we have a lot of interest in foreign language exchange students. We have one particular family that hosts them, and I like that we do host them because they come in and provide lots of culture and enrichment, but they do have to participate in this program to ensure that they are learning English. Try to move out. So we have 4 options as we look as a district at our future. We have English as a second language program currently in place. Dual language immersion. So dual language has 2 ways that it can run. One way where all bilingual students are in one class together, or 2 way where 50% of the class is native English speakers and 50% of the class is native Spanish speakers, possibly whatever that language would be. So some school districts run the 2-way program. It's expensive to do that just because you have to have multiple teachers who are bilingually certified to do that. So it's an option that we've discussed. I think it's a good model. I came from a dual language program at an elementary level and I saw lots of success with it, but it was very, very hard to sustain over time because finding teachers who are bilingually certified is challenging. It's a very hard test that they take. Then you have your transitional bilingual programs. They call them early exit or late exit. Early exit means that they're only going to be using a 90-10 model, doing mostly Spanish with some English for a short amount of time, and then eventually they'll be out after just a few years into an all-English environment. Late exit means that they'll be through multiple years, primarily all their elementary years, possibly some secondary years, depending on how quickly they're acquiring English. So the goal of all of these programs is they're acquiring English in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So what we would do moving forward, if we hit that threshold of 20, we are required by Texas rule to offer bilingual education for all students at that campus. So I called TEA and said, we're split, pre-K through 2, 3 through 5. If pre-K hits 20, do I have to offer it 3 through 5 also? No, I don't. I have to offer it for the pre-K through 2 campus, but whichever campus hits it, the full strand has to have a bilingual teacher on every grade level, even if we don't hit 20. So what does that mean? We have some decisions to make on stipends. Bilingual education teachers in the state have a median average stipend of $3,000 in addition to their teaching salary. So we would estimate that a teacher coming into this program would be $56,500 plus a bilingual stipend for 1 FTE times the 4 grade levels. So as we grow as a district and we look at FTEs, we've already hired some bilingual teachers in our district who are right now just doing ESL only. We could hire people now who are bilingually certified if we can find them, but they wouldn't get a stipend until this program is required to go in place. And we as a district need to decide what that amount would be. Is $3,000 reasonable with our budget? Do we want to look at a higher stipend? Do we want to look at a lower stipend? That is a decision that we need to make probably very soon. I put out the 3,000 median just so you had an idea, but at the end of the day, recruiting, money talks. If we say we offer a $4,500 stipend and districts around us don't compare with that, that could help us get some bilingually certified teachers. All right, so questions. That was a lot of information. I was trying to be as succinct as I could, but I definitely wanted you to have the talking points. Thinking about those numbers, if we have to go next year with the hiring of bilingual teachers at the elementary, we are currently doing staffing proposals. We're looking at the grade levels that would increase by a FTE, meaning a teacher. And if that happens, we could look at making those positions bilingual preferred positions and start building our bilingual program next year. We'll be putting the staffing proposals together. I've already met with all the campus principals. Dr. Kaufman and I went and talked with them about their growth numbers, potential for grade levels that would need additional teachers. And elementary is already looking at 2 grade levels with the potential of needing additional teachers. And that's where I think we could be ahead of the game and looking for a bilingual preferred teacher. Ladies, any other things?
We're really close. I got 4 last month, so we're really close.
And we will still work on reclassifying them. As long as we can advance their skills, we can keep those numbers down. That's why I think we've always been close. We know where we're close, and so we really push in to support those students so that we can help them achieve the mastery level. But new students are arriving very, very quickly. I don't know with all the new things that are going on, and of course you've heard out in the community, there are a lot of parents that are worried. And you know, immigration is one of the things that does impact these numbers. But right now, we are going to take care of every child in our building. When they enroll, we give them the same opportunities as all of our students. We give them the opportunities to learn English, to be immersed in the classroom just as any other student would. So we really focus on supporting these students and providing them with every opportunity to be successful. Letty and Kaylee are excellent. They have those parent meetings. We meet once a month with all of our parents. We bring these families in. We reassure them that we're here to support them. I think those relationships that they've built with that community are very, very important and very, very special. So they're relied on very heavily, not just in the classroom, but also outside of the classroom with the families.
Did you say that we have 2 certified bilingual?
We do. They're at the junior high currently. They're ELA teachers.
But when the pre-K through 2 campus hits, there has to be one for every grade level.
Correct.
That's 4.
So,
Right.
yes. So we would have to have one for pre-K, kinder, first and second. Yes.
The following school year, or how long do you have between hitting that threshold and?
As soon as you hit it. I asked that question to TEA too. Like, do I have a grace period? And as soon as we have that number, we're required to provide the services.
But we could file for an exception for that first year, which does buy us some time. It's not a grace period, but it would help us out in the meantime until we do get those teachers.
So that's a waiver that we would be filing, is the education agency offers the opportunity. They understand, I was just chatting with some people about this today, they understand the capacity to find these teachers can be limited. So we do have the opportunity to file a waiver for a short amount of time. We can't consistently file a waiver, we have to put a program in place. So I'd like to be proactive if we can and find a teacher. Like I said, we have some of the district already. When they applied, I was impressed that they were already fully certified, because we have a teacher that teaches Spanish right now that also has hers, and she's primarily certified. And she has an additional test to take to be fully certified. But we have people who are potentially in our district already that could become bilingually certified.
That's good information. I think we want to know who those individuals are. What percentage of applicants are bilingual certified?
It's low. I would say less than 5%. It's very, very hard to find bilingually certified teachers. That's why we've been bringing in our paraprofessionals. It's a little easier to find paraprofessionals that have Spanish fluency that can help. and you've done a great job of supporting us in that endeavor. We have one that we're gonna be hiring at the junior high. But finding the teachers, because of how rigorous the test is very, very challenging. There are teachers out there, and Navarro is very attractive. I think that that's the biggest thing is we have small classes, they're gonna help build this program. I think that will be a selling factor. Plus, they have 2 specialists that do a lot of behind-the-scenes support for those teachers as far as curriculum and testing. So there are wonderful things in place. Plus, we have a knowledgeable expert.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
Just to note that we have not posted any positions as bilingual positions, and therefore bilingual teachers seeking a position would be less likely to apply. Typically, a bilingual teacher is looking for a bilingual position because of their purpose of being in education and because of the stipend. So we don't really know for sure what our applicant pool would look like if we were to post a bilingual position.
Gotcha, okay.
Could I say something?
Also, another thing that we are doing is that we have some teachers that are ESL certified, but they speak Spanish. So we have been talking to them and trying to convince them to take the bilingual certification. I have it, so I tell them I can help you with the Spanish part, because that's the problem, the Spanish part. They are not very confident, but we can provide training for those teachers that are already here in the district.
So we don't need to create a new position, we just need to add money to the check, right?
Well, and
I mean, it's what it sounds like.
and on the
We should,
recommendation,
I'm just,
say, yeah,
do what I'm saying.
on the job posting, say either required or preferred, which required seems reasonable.
Well, if they're in the bilingual education program, it is required. If they're only going to do generalized English, it would be preferred.
And right now, since we don't have a bilingual program right now, we wouldn't have to say required, it would just be preferred until we did have that. We gotta hit that rule of 20 first.
But we're gonna be there really soon, right?
I think so.
Yes.
I think so. We've been very, very closely monitoring it. We talk often about it, and when we have new enrollees, it's interesting to us that that number just keeps
So what
spiraling
needs to
close.
happen to approve a stipend that's competitive?
So we will be coming to you as we do every year. We first start out with the requests from the campuses based on demographics, based on need assessments. That then goes into our staffing committee, and that consists of the head of HR, myself, our payroll person, Paul, and we are looking through what that impact is to our overall budget, what it looks like for long-range planning of staffing, so that we're not just thinking year to year and not looking at, again, our growth creates some unique things that you have to really be mindful of. Certainly the high school opening up is the first time we're looking at losing that convenience of I can just walk in 5 minutes to another campus and serve those students. That's a whole travel period in moving over to that other campus. As we look long range about when we start to split out and have our new structure and the new elementary offsite, what does that look like in staffing? And so that conversation happens, those folks requesting staff are presenting to us. We are keeping a track of, this is when it was first requested and the rationale. If it was not approved, this is why it was requested again, and have those numbers gone up? Are there new needs? If it's denied again, it's a constant tracking so that everyone is aware of what the requests have been, which are usually in excess of what the budget is. But really prioritizing that is a big part of the committee and those presentations. And then what we'll do is bring you those FTE requests for additional staff. But in the meantime, we're also analyzing our stipends. So what are new stipends that are needed? For example, last year bringing on soccer, you gotta have a stipend for a soccer coach. It's never been in the budget, wasn't needed, but you've gotta add that in. That's also a request of staff. If there's going to be a new stipend for this program, obviously you would have that. We made an arrangement last year with TASB to do a stipend study. Everybody is looking for a stipend study right now, and so we got put on the wait list. That will start this semester. And so they will evaluate our stipends for market value and be able to tell us where we need to do adjustments. We'll then sit down and look at our budget overall and then bring to you any new stipends or adjustments that we feel are necessary so that we are bringing us closer to market value. As you know, if you think of it as a target, 90% is a good place to be of the market value. We do know in this analysis we will likely find that some people are well below in that stipend, but we may have some folks that are well above, and so you don't want to just overarching say, hey, we're growing, we want to be competitive, every stipend is going to increase. That would not be wise, because you do want to make sure that you're bringing things in just a little bit, and just like we do in discussing a compensation task force, where with a limited budget do we prioritize? Maybe this year it is some of those auxiliary positions that are not at market value. We're going to spend more money to get them caught up. This other group has been at market value or maybe a little bit above, and so we're not going to address that group. But all of that is prioritized and will be communicated to you guys as we go into a little bit later in the spring, so that we can make some decisions, get those approved, and get them out as positions for folks to be able to apply and get the jump on that. It is a very competitive market, and specifically in addressing the multi-language needs. Those certification tests are extremely difficult to pass. Now that TEA has a limit on how many times you can take a test, you cannot take it more than 5 times. And we have definitely seen folks hit that 4-year or 4-time mark and kind of panic. And so very grateful for Letty Miller saying, I passed it and I'm offering tutoring for teachers, because it is a hard process to constantly go back and take that test again and not be successful. So we are definitely putting all those pieces together. This is really to inform you of being at that threshold, and yes, we know we fluctuated over the years, and just as we think we're gonna exceed it, we go back down again. I think with our growth, we are likely to go ahead and hit it, and we do want to be proactive and prepared. We'll be bringing those numbers to you.
And I do think that it's good practice. If we bring in a few teachers already at the elementary level with our FTs, we could talk about the availability of them doing a stipend now, and even though they're maybe not a fully loaded bilingual class, they could be doing training, they could be leading things for other teachers. So when you're talking about 16, we bring in a teacher right now, that's a small class with only 16 students of native Spanish speakers. But as new students come in, we've got a classroom where the person is already there, we've got the program already established, and if we do that now, then we're ahead of the game. So it's a teeter-totter right now. We've been very, very close, and I think that we want to be cognizant of our budget. We know that budgets across the state right now are very tight. Some places are operating in a negative or a deficit budget. We haven't been in that situation yet, because I think we've been very cognizant of how things are impacting our budget. So it's food for thought, but I definitely wanted you to be informed of where we are and what our numbers look like.
Do we already track the number of teachers that we have that are bilingual, not necessarily certified, but are actually bilingual?
Absolutely.
The reason I ask is because if we were to go to a stipend for just being bilingual or getting certified, we need to know that number. I mean, we're not going to just jump in and all of a sudden 20 teachers raise their hand and $60,000 all of a sudden.
Yeah.
We would need to know before.
We have one teacher currently in the high school that has taught ESL, which is English as a second language. It's a replacement of an English 1 class. She's ESL certified, so a lot of our teachers have experience and they're ESL certified. That's why we've been pushing for all staff members to get their ESL certification, because it allows us to have a little bit of flexibility with how we staff these programs. So that's where our biggest push has been right now, is to get everyone ESL certified. We pay for the test if they pass it, we reimburse them for their test. We can't pay to put it on their certificate, we're not allowed to do that. They have to pay for that, that's a minimal fee, but we provide all the training, and then we reimburse them for the test if they pass. And we've had a great success, a lot of teachers have done that recently. Bilingually, they're limited, we don't have nearly as many teachers. 2 that are completely certified, 1 that's in the process of becoming certified in our district, but teachers that are fluent in Spanish, we have quite a few. Any other questions?
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're gonna move on to item 8C, our GT update.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Stephanie Adams, and I'm just going to kind of go over a quick overview of the Gifted and Talented program, just talking about our identification processes, service options, the critical role of staff, updates to the Texas Administrative Code affecting the GT program, and the overall impact on student development. So this is just kind of a quick informational slide. So I am currently the only GT instructional specialist for our district, and we have 256 students. I have a space at this campus at the intermediate. It's the sectional room that's behind the band hall that's now the theater arts room. I share a space with our wonderful K-9 classmates that happens at the elementary campus. And then at the junior high, when I get to see kiddos, I use the library. And then I have a office space with some other members of our academic services team in a portable. And then just some other things to kind of just talk through quickly are just that we still do standardized testing. We use some of the tests that we're already using district-wide so that we're not over-testing students. And then we have subjective measures as well. And then here is a graph to show our growth from end of year to beginning of year for the past since 2002, and you can see we have really large numbers of GT kiddos, first grade, second grade, and third grade with the growth. A lot of those kids have moved in with testing from other campuses, and so we do have larger numbers in those areas. And the service model that I use here is flexible and tailored to the students' needs. They're research-based. We like to really do passion projects so that the kids have buy-in and are creating products and things that they find needs for. Another thing that we do to make sure that our GT program is effective is making sure that all of our teachers have their 30 hours of basic training. We work with our region service centers. And then also 6-hour updates to ensure that they're meeting the needs. We did have a few things that were updated in regards to the GT program. In regards to student identification, they just want to make sure that although I pointed out we had some larger numbers, there's never a maximum number of GT students you can have. You can't stop servicing or stop identifying students. We have to continue. There's not a tapped out number. So they have that updated in the TAC. And then another item that they updated was the professional learning, just making sure that everyone has the training as well as long-term subs. So I know that's an area where we can grow, is ensuring that if we have a long-term sub in a program, we also work towards getting them the GT training. The last one, I work closely with Paul on with just the use of funds, just making sure that all of our funds that are allotted for GT are used for GT students. So of course, we're already following all of those expectations. And then the very last part is directly related to you guys and how as the school board, y'all, one of your responsibilities is to be trained on any updates that happen, so that when you're making decisions that you can keep in mind decisions for GT kiddos. You need to know what the changes are so that you can meet those needs. So this was your training for the new updates. Does anybody have any questions?
I do want to quickly say that as we grow, it is imperative that we continue to make sure that those trainings are up to date for our staff. The model of pullout is something that is hard to sustain as you grow, and that is why it is critical that teachers understand that you have the training to differentiate within the classroom with your GT students. GT teaching is just good teaching, and it's important that they have the training to understand that taking a GT student and saying, because you already did this and you can do it like that, and now I need you to go tutor the other kids in the class, is really not productive for a GT student. That GT student oftentimes cannot explain how they know it, they just know it. And it is one of the most frustrating things for GT students to be put in that position. And so assisting our teachers in high yield strategies that are good teaching practices for all kids, but understanding that when you have a GT student, you can't say, I'll wait till someone comes and pulls them out and gives them engaging activities. We are constantly working to make sure that they are engaged in the classroom at a higher level, at a more enriched level, and that they have choices to be able to demonstrate where they are. Also a reminder that not all children that are GT in everything. That is also an assumption that sometimes teachers make, is that because someone is GT in a numerical, mathematic, reasoning side, that they would be also creative GTs, and that's not at all the case. Sometimes people are twice gifted, and so helping our parents understand how to work with your students who are, but also making sure our teachers understand that because somebody is a high achiever in one thing doesn't mean they're automatically gifted in that. They may be gifted in something, but a high achiever in something else. So continuing that education, and then also with the state plan, making sure that we are reaching out to all eligible students, and that we are making sure that our materials are in languages that all students can read, because not being a master of the English language does not mean you are not GT. And so we also have to serve, as we talk about our bilingual population, they are also eligible for GT. So just continuing to communicate with y'all, keep these updates brief, but keep that in mind as we may ask for specific training or specific staff.
And on the last note that Ms. Emily was sharing about the bilingual, one of the things that I have done in the last 3 years since being the GT for the district was change to a completely nonverbal test, so that there's no language barriers, and I work closely with both of the ladies here just to make sure that the things that we are putting in front of the kids are going to show those strengths regardless of the vocabulary that they could be missing out of. So we have increased our ESL population, our EBs in our GT program since I've been here, and we have changed to that. So I don't have those exact numbers, but I can get them for y'all. Oh, do you have a question now?
We do have a question.
Yeah.
So, in listening, so I guess my question is really this. Obviously, as our numbers are going up, and you said it, and Stephanie is, Ms. Adams, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
She is the only person that can do that pull-out program. And I know, in the past, because our numbers were lower and we had one individual, we were able to measure the performance of our GT students and how our GT program was going based on, that kind of one-to-one contact. But as we're going in the classroom, how are we measuring the success of what we're doing inside the classroom with our GT students? Is that through evaluation of lesson plans, or are we looking at particular data for student academic achievement to make sure that we are pushing that far for those students, knowing that we're having to, kind of from what our original model was,
I think that's really great that you point out, just since our model has been forced to change because of growth, how are we analyzing if what they're getting in the classroom or what they're getting out in pull-out is effective. I would be happy to come up with some ways, but currently, I mean, I track the meets, masters, and approaches of our students like everything. However, I don't have an exact way to measure, so we can work on something. And I do with the athletic advisory committee, I think that's what it's called. I think it would be great to meet with the kids also and see how they feel are ways that we could measure their success, because I think ultimately that will drive numbers as well.
And we do use our map data. That's probably our biggest teller of where those students are, because they're already at a high level of performance. They're already at, there's a quadrant that tracks where they are. So we look at that map data in PLCs and we talk about it, because as we're talking about the kids growing, their TIA that we're in the middle of right now is tied to student growth, whether they're at the top of the chart or at the needs improvement. So these high achieving students, growing them, it may be 1 point or 2 points, but we have to look at what we're doing in the classroom. Are we being intentional enough to help them with their map growth as well? So we do that 3 times a year, and that's data that we are also tracking.
So also, Ms. Gash, I think where your question probably goes, and certainly I don't want to cut you off if you have additional thoughts on it, but where I see the evolution of the addressing of the needs of your GT students within the classroom without the expectation that someone's going to get up and take them out and do the thing they need, that I am fully responsible of that, I think is a developmental piece that has to be addressed in the standard of what we are saying needs to happen with the curriculum. What specifically are the strategies that you can use easily and integrate without needing someone to come get that kid? And then once that is established and trained, I think we will be able to say, here was the non-negotiable about what we were anticipating seeing you do in differentiation for those students, and that you are tracking that, and in PLC you are pulling them out, because it's not always, these are the highest kids in the class and this is what they're doing. They may not be performing because we have not differentiated to a level that has engaged them, and so they're tuning out, and they're gonna say, I'll show you I know how to do it on the test, but I'm not doing this certain thing because it doesn't click with me. And so I think that's more of what you're looking for is, are our teachers fully equipped, not just, hey, go take your 30 hours and your 6-hour update, but are you fully equipped with some very actionable strategies for that twice exceptional kid, for that kid who is GT, or for that kid who is GT but nobody would know because they are disengaging and we're not seeing that with high achievement. And then kid by kid, Ms. Adams being able to go through and talk with those teachers, principals being able to have actionable things they can see in a T-test, and then to your point, Ms. Adams, what I'd like to see us going to is more of those online training sessions with families that they're able to know, that's my kid. What you just described right there, that's my kid. Here's some strategies to help with the way they see things, the way they operate, and this is how you help communicate with your teachers so that we see that growth. And I think that's where we're going to see development, is empowering teachers, supporting teachers, and then having that good, strong communication, and then monitoring. And what happens when that's not happening. So I definitely hear you on that, and I think that's something we have to continue to develop.
I'm less concerned about, the achievement part of it as much as I am, are we engaging them, are we meeting them? And I don't know that everybody understands what twice exceptional is.
Correct.
Because most people assume that GT is, like I said, the smartest kid. You may have a special education need and your GT. And so, meeting those two things, you may not see that.
That's right.
If you have a basic reading disability, you may not see that on a map test, you may not see that on a STAR score.
Right.
We can measure them differently. And so I do think we need to be measuring those outcomes so that we
that I'm responsible as a board trustee, I would like some sort of measuring data too. That wasn't any training that I received so far, so, I mean, to have measuring data there will allow us, I think, as trustees, to have the data to be, what's the word? Trustees annually measure the performance of the district and provide gifted talent services in alignment with the state, so I have no idea how to do that right now. And I think if we have something, what she's talking about, which I have no idea what that is, maps and TIAs and all that sort of stuff, I'll be honest with you, I don't. But I do know that if you give me something to measure,
Right.
I can be held accountable if it doesn't meet that.
Absolutely, and that is why we have the support of Region 20. And certainly have worked with their representative there with our GT services in the previous district. They will have assistance in this, as well as Ms. Bowser was saying, not every parent understands what is twice exceptional. Again, having that opportunity for our parents to be very clear on it, our teachers to be clear on it, and then those measurement tools for us to continue to see, do we need to offer more training in actionable strategies, in communication? Are we seeing the yield? It's not a huge amount of money, as Paul can tell you, in the GT allotment, but are we using that money to see a yield supporting those kids? So I think it is something that we can very easily activate with our support from Region 20 and bring you back something more actionable and build that system so that our principals know what to look for when they're evaluating, when they're doing their walkthroughs. We can add that as a checkpoint tool. I think that is something that is very easily achievable, and then continue to help educate you guys on the state plan, especially if you're new to being on the board, so that you understand what that requirement is to receive that additional funding for GT.
What is the norm for the number of GT instructional specialists for a district, or is there some kind of a ratio of?
As far as I know, there is no ratio. Of course, as y'all know, right, positions are often tied to money, and there's not lots of money for GT. We do have an allotment, but and every district kind of does what they need for the students that they have and the enrollment. I know that it's not out of the norm for our small districts. We are part of the co-op, so I do go to like a fall and a spring coordinator meeting with Region 20, and we meet in like districts, like size districts. And so when we meet there, sometimes even those GT specialists are full-time classroom teachers. And so I do think that we are sitting at, a good spot, because we do have a specialist myself. I have lots of things that we are working on and updating and working towards the parent communication. I do have a meeting already on the books with Ms. McMullen and Ms. Williams to talk about like a 5-year plan for GT and what that looks like here. And definitely we can develop something and working with them to do a full training so that you guys can have the knowledge that you need, not just the updates. Will also be something that we'll be talking about then, but we always want to respect your time in these meetings because it's about a 6-hour update, and so 6 hours at the end of a workday is really long. And so we're trying to come up with a way to give y'all small bits and pieces so that you can understand all of the information, but also not check out 5 minutes into, the 7-hour presentation. So to answer your question, there's not a ratio, and the state plan talks a lot about services and expectations, but even there, it's not tied to minutes as far as like special education. You just have to, there's a very long state plan, but summarizing, you do need to offer services. Students do need a time to be with like-minded peers. So either having them in a classroom or doing a pull-out is ideal to meet those needs. And the state plan does cover K through 12, or we test kindergarten in January and February. They get services starting in March, and it does go through 12th grade. And so there are different expectations and service models through that. So, those are all great questions.
I
So.
have one last
Yeah.
question. I don't remember if it was last year that you presented, or I can't believe I could possibly remember before that. But you had stated that you weren't doing pull-out services at the junior high at that time just because of the volume.
Right.
Are all of junior high still in class services, or are you doing pull-outs at junior high?
So they are getting in class services just like all of our students with those GT trained teachers. So they do get daily services through GT. And I do have my schedule to do junior high services. With the new administration there and scheduling, it's during their Panther time, and we're really just getting vamped up. It's January, but it's there. We're meeting, so
That makes me
yeah.
happy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is just a question, because I don't know if this is possible or not, but since we've added as many, because I know when you get to high school, it switches kind of from GT, but we also used to be able to suffice some of the GT requirements by having students in those honors courses.
Mm-hmm.
Are we choosing not to pull some of those students out because they are in the honors courses and therefore we're meeting the advanced academics quote GT transition there between junior high and high school?
Right, yeah. And so because we do offer that, the state plan is met. However, to be exemplary, we still are going to want them to do some kind of project, so that when they essentially graduate, that they have things that they have like worked through, a project that they can present. And my daughter is a senior, and so I know a lot of college applications and things are asking for, well, what have you done? So we're hoping that in addition to the honors classes and advanced classes, that they still can get together and have a project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to 8D, and presentation regarding the new band uniform.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Epley. I'm here tonight to discuss the possibility of new band uniforms and what that looks like, and any information regarding that. So tonight, just to start up front, this is all informational, and I'll say at the end that we do plan on coming back in February with an actual proposal and, fingers crossed, an actual prototype of a new uniform you physically see. The current set of band uniforms are at the end of their life. From the various companies I've talked to, we're right at that line. Some do say that they'll last a little longer. The majority say at 7 years, which is where we're at, or earlier is about when you start to see the breakdown. Also, with us moving into a new facility in the fall of 2025, I think it'd be a really great opportunity to rebrand along with the facility, and then the opening of our new athletic facility thereafter. And then I'll go into some of the current issues that we're experiencing with the uniforms and expected growth in the band program, which is moving linearly just like the school district. Thank you. All right, so like I said, the average lifespan of high school band uniforms is 7 years, and we're right on that. Over the next 7 years, we're expecting the band program to double in size. Currently, the high school band has 80 students in it, 9 through 12, and we only have 13 seniors, and there's 57 in 8th grade. And we're anticipating at least an 80% retention, so that puts us anywhere from 45 to 50 to 55 in 9th grade next year. And those numbers underneath in 7th and 6th grade are also very big. Currently have 180 interest forms from 5th graders indicating they'd like to be in band next year. Contrast that to this year's 6th grade class, which is only 90 students. So as the district grows, so our programs, including the band. The design process included several different components. I gathered information from our administrators, parents, and students students and directors. All of that information was compiled in a questionnaire with the preferred vendor and then sent off to them. The vendor did research on the district, including our colors, traditions, things about the community, before they started actually sending me designs. The potential prototype that I'm showing to you tonight was vetted by our admin team, band students. It was polled on Google Forms. It's still polling. I need to shut it off. We had two different designs. 2 students did vote for one, and the rest of the band voted for the other design, which I'm going to show you here in a second. It was pretty unanimous. All parents we talked to all agreed on the same version. This went through several revisions before I'm bringing you the design that we're talking about tonight. Some of the unique things about this design of the new uniform is currently the band uniforms, and 10 years ago this was normal for most vendors, the jacket would have all been one piece, meaning the sleeves are attached to the jacket. Most vendors these days have something very similar to this design. The technical term is called Gemini, meaning the vest or the main part of the jacket is one piece. The students wear a undershirt that's like a dry fit material, and the sleeves will coordinate colors with the jacket, which you'll see here in a second. Unique, starting in February, the vendor we're talking to, Fred J. Miller, is anticipating about a 7-month turnaround, so we could in fact have this before our first football game in August. And then in regards to our current set of uniforms, it's possible we could auction them off. There may be another school that could use them. In other scenarios, I've seen ideas where parents have taken older uniforms and used them for gift ideas such as pillows or blankets or things like that. So here are some of the current issues that we are running into. In the middle there, you can see that it's a torn zipper, excuse me, on the back of the jacket. We have several like that. Bottom left, there's holes in that pair of band pants. Again, several like that. On the top left-hand side corner, that's where the seam is torn at the very top of the jacket. And then on the right-hand side, two different issues we run into with our hats. There is a plastic chin strap, but we have an entire box of hats that are broken. The wrap around the front of that hat in the bottom right corner is starting to come off. At UIL this year, Rough Rider Stadium, in the warm-up block, I had a senior that came to me and interrupted me because the bill of his head had broken off during the warm-up, and I was dumbfounded. I didn't really know what to do. In 17 years of being a band director, that's never happened. So I really didn't have an answer for him other than, does it still work? Yes, sir. Okay, sorry, that's what we'll do today, and then we'll get you we'll try to find you another one on Monday. This is the design we're bringing to you tonight for informational purposes. So you notice this, they're referring to this as the formal jacket. Notice the sleeves are purple on this one to coordinate with the jacket and our school colors. The sleeves are attached to an undershirt that's underneath the jacket. So if you were to take off the main jacket, the student would, or the performer would still be wearing an undershirt made of a dry fit type material that would probably in this situation would be all purple. It also comes with a secondary undershirt. This one they're labeling as Spirit. And so it is white underneath. Notice the collar changes color versus the black collar. The collar is attached to the undershirt, not the jacket itself. This just gives us the ability to change colors, change designs, or change the look, bless you, from Friday night to Saturday morning contest, or from a parade to a Friday night football game. A lot of bands are doing across the stage, similar to drum corps, are doing show-themed undershirts. If we were to do something like that later on down the road, it would enable us to, we could use the show-themed undershirt at halftime, but then put the main jacket back on for every other part of a football game or an event and still represent Panther purple and gold. Notice this does feature a hip cape that is removable. It velcros to the main jacket. Some of the students were asking about that there was going to be a cape, and I said yes. Does it come off? Yes, it does. One more thing for them to keep up
what he's priced, he said that we're looking at prices anywhere from $550 to $650 per uniform. That would range, we talked about 140 to 150 in that range, depending on where we fall. But we want to get at least to 140, and if we can, get to the 150 mark.
And then if you need more, it's like a design, will they hold it for you, or do they make them to order, or how does that? So you get 200 next year. What
We'd
kids?
have to have a huge move, that would be awesome. We should be, I mean, given a certain time frame, we can't reorder.
Are the black pants, is it a bib?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's bib, cape, jacket, 2 undershirts, gloves?
The gloves are sold separately. That's a reusable item the students use or a useful item from year to year. But it's black gauntlets with gold trim on the end, so those do remove. But then the gloves could be, I noticed the formal uniform is black gloves, and the spirit uniform, they're displaying white gloves. We wouldn't necessarily have to do that one way or another. There it is, black gauntlets for the main uniform, and if you notice on the spirit uniform, they're showing it without the hip kick, which I said is removable, it's Velcro, and then without the gauntlets.
Does that include the hat and the plume?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a zipper on the back of the jacket, or is it stretchy?
The jacket itself, the main part would have a zipper on the back, but then the undershirt would be that stretchy type material.
Yay!
Yes.
So excited. And I
Former band hall with your
wants to
day.
make a pillow.
Yes.
So I have no problem being informed, so I'll say one thing, I'll start with bad and I'll work my way to questionable.
Yes, sir.
As a purist, our colors are purple and base gold, and that's 65% black. And so, as a purist, I even struggle with football uniforms, being having black pants these days. So, as a purist, I don't know, it's just,
And we had that conversation, so I do want to make sure that you are aware that Mr. Parker absolutely respects that our colors are purple and Vegas gold. I will tell you that in marching band, the angle and the line of your body placement and your feet in particular, as they watch how your toes are up and your heels are down, it's a lot easier to hide errors or mistakes in that sharp movement with the dark shoes and the dark pants. So it is a benefit to go with the black as far as your ratings if you have any errors. But certainly we did discuss that and talked about whether it would need to have more. We definitely do not want it to just be black and gold for obvious reasons. And so this was that kind of compromise of making sure we have the benefit of the colors where they need to be to support the performance at the highest level, but also give that, color piece of being our district. So if we did change that, Mr. Parker, what would be your suggestion on elimination of some of the black?
Sure. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, there's already a lot of work that's gone into this, so I don't really want to take away from the work that's already happened.
Sure.
I just wanna make sure that, the other option that got outvoted, wasn't all black too, go ahead.
So, a big part of a band's year is competition season. And when they compete, they're competing with the theme of the show, which won't necessarily incorporate purple or gold. So with a black bib, a fully black bib, that really, in my opinion, opens up the opportunity for different everything else.
That was just a comment.
No, and like I said, it's not a comment we haven't heard before, and so thank you for echoing that communication, because it is a part of the tradition of this school district, that we not move so far away from it, that people are like, when did our color become black? And that is critical. I think, sometimes the schools that do have purple, having taught at a purple and silver school before, the gentlemen tend to want to pull in the black, with the purple, and it sometimes gravitates too far to the black. So very, very good point and well taken. And yes, I agree with you, Ms. Stevens, about the flexibility when we look at changing maybe the theme in the halftime show, in the competition show. I will tell you, I don't want to let us go, in talking about these numbers without really recognizing the new band team that we have. Mrs. Parker, Mr. Parker, and the full band staff have really stepped up to develop the programs and really highlight our students and grow our kids. And that's a huge part of why you continue to see those numbers rise, not just growth in the district. And I would also say, as a thank you to Mr. Parker, he is cut from my same cloth in that he respects that the image that the band has is important. And when we are in parades, when we're out representing our district, utilizing these uniforms more to really say we are a high-class performing group, and he and I have had this conversation. When the Navarro band comes in, everybody will know, and everybody is like, they are sharp, they are professional, they're well, poised and positioned in these uniforms, and that pride that wearing those uniforms, when maybe some other bands choose to just do a polo or just say, it's the holiday band show, we're just gonna show up in holiday pajamas. I think we really want to step up and say, maybe it's the uniform with purple Santa hats, but we are really wanting to elevate that, and I think this uniform is a good step in that direction for sure.
No, they're super sharp. I mean, they're freaking amazing. Sorry, I'm not trying to.
No, you're good.
But, so my second question is more policy related, so.
Yes, sir.
And two things. Number one, is this a normal procedure? Like, we approve football uniforms like this too?
Yes.
That'd be number one. Number two, there was a statement in there that says these uniforms, the old uniforms could be auctioned off. That's never been the case before on the athletic side. As far as at least the kids do not have the opportunity to auction off the old uniforms. So what is the technical policy for uniforms before we go down that road of offering it up for auction? That there's some consistency there.
Right,
At least in
Sure,
my knowledge.
absolutely. What I would tell you is, traditionally, in my experience in school districts, the band uniform is brought forward as, something to just get some feedback from the board. The superintendent, like he said, he brought it to our leadership team and got feedback on that. It's not something we, couldn't do for all other uniforms. Athletics typically makes those choices, so it's not necessarily that it's a policy or a set procedure. I'll tell you on the auctioning piece, anytime we have surplus, that's a first step in looking at that, but then you also have to look at the market. If it's maybe a smaller district that doesn't need, maybe a 1A or a 2A school that doesn't need our full contingent, we're able to cull out the damaged ones, put the very best ones on a lot, and see if somebody chooses to pick them up. Maybe if it's the theme of their show, they're doing something where purple and gold is something they needed, so it really fits them. I know also bands will do that with their past season field show stuff. When you're talking about a football uniform that's been worn over several years, most people are not going to be able to recycle that, and just the numbers or the colors, or if a student's name, I know there are some school districts that allow for the last name to be on the back, they're not gonna pick up those things. But if it is something that wasn't worn or is still in good condition, but we don't have enough for a team, we could absolutely auction that off. So, I think those are some things as we grow that we could develop, and certainly if the board would like to see, a design or come up with kind of some parameters, you know, we'd like to see less than 60% black unless there's a rationale behind that or something like that. I think that is important though, Joel, because I do want, coming from a district that had several schools, I will say Canyon is a great example. We got to a point where truly all you saw at Canyon was black, and their school colors are red and white. And so there were a lot of people starting to step up and say, we don't feel like it looks like Canyon. And we want to get to a place where we feel strongly that anything that, when our children are traveling, they're representing the district, we feel good that they represent well what we're looking for.
Sure, no, the reason I ask is if we don't do it for athletics, I just assume say, Mr. Parker, great design, let's go. You know, I don't need to see it to reapprove it, you know, it just, I'd rather him just do it.
And largely why you're, largely why you're seeing this is the cost. Okay, the cost of the uniforms for most of the athletics do not get into this range.
Okay.
Okay, most athletic uniforms are not gonna get it to the level of where it's gonna come before the board.
Okay.
So we just didn't wanna surprise you,
So it's
showing
that,
up, yeah.
Is that great of a difference?
Yeah, oh God,
Okay,
yes,
all right.
yes.
Yeah, the other piece too is that
No teams have
the fact that this particular purchase,
But also, they don't cost $650.
right, they're not, your soccer uniform isn't costing $650.
No, but football has 50 kids and they'll have 2 to 3 jerseys.
Right,
So
but those jerseys are not,
okay.
not even close to what you're
Thanks for
looking
okay.
for.
What I would tell you
Thank
too,
you.
though, is we're bringing this forward to you also as clarification in that this is part of the high school startup FF&E budget. And I think a lot of people, when they think about FF&E, they're thinking about just solely furniture or supplies. Band instruments are part of that. But so, it also qualifies when you're talking about a uniform piece. And so we definitely wanted to make sure we had this opportunity to show you the process, that it's not haphazard. Certainly, while we absolutely respect our instructors, we don't want the board to be put in a position where a new instructor comes and now it's like suddenly we all need new uniforms because I don't like what the teacher before had. This really is a lifespan issue, and so whether the previous band director was here or Mr. Parker's here, we would still be making this request.
Is that, we're gonna get funds from bond funds if it's FF&E?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And there are,
That wasn't very.
there are enough funds. And I did make a note of that in the
And the action
in the
sheet, yes.
agenda, yeah. But there are enough funds, we expect to have enough funds out of the FF&E to cover this cost.
So that is the reason we made sure we brought it to you guys. But also too, truly, if there was absolutely not, that is a ridiculous costume outfit and it doesn't represent who we are, we want to make sure we get that feedback before we are purchasing them because they need to last at least 7 years. So we definitely want feedback. All right.
Well, I think that the geometry on them kind of looks like they've been scratched by a cat.
That's cool. Interpol.
It's Panther.
Yeah. It's cool. It's like a good claw. In the most professional way.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, support.
I don't see the notes, we're on the action.
I think I was gonna say, it was confusing to me because I heard so many pictures why are we not, obviously there's a need, why are we not voting? And knowing that it's part of FF&E, that explains why we look at it separately. Because I was looking at it going, why is it not just an action item, it's a need to notice it for why.
Yeah,
Right.
it's just a little checkbox.
Right. Yep. And again, we wanted to respect that it was an information item in case. We didn't want to bring it for action if there was a massive opposition to the look as well, or the expenditure for that matter. So, you know, we'll bring it back, and if everyone's in agreement, it'll go through and consent. But we do appreciate the opportunity to bring that to you for feedback.
Okay, if there's nothing left in discussion, we're gonna move on to reports. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the campus activity reports, principal, athletic, fine arts director, and district department reports that need to be addressed in open?
I have one question about, it's a significant growth at the elementary right now. Like it's 16 kids since September.
I think Mrs. Epley's about to discuss enrollment. It's under superintendent's report.
Well, I clicked on campus activities, I'm sorry. It was underneath. They have it on the elementary report too, that's why I
Yep.
asked the question, so it's on the elementary report.
You got it, and I'm happy to answer that question. And actually, sir,
Turn off my mic now.
you're fine, you're absolutely fine. And that also actually is a much higher number now that I can give you today's update. So it is now 20 students who have been added since our last report. As you know, the growth in our construction of homes or opportunities to move into the district, including additional apartment complexes, means that we are seeing the growth come in at those younger grades. That's a price point issue with our housing, so that you are seeing those young families come in. And so, yes, the growth is happening very quickly at that level. It's not uncommon that you see a surge in a fast growth area from December to January. Anytime we have those breaks in school, families make plans, this is when we're gonna move into the district. There may be some changes in custody where now you're going to live with this parent or that parent, and there's a move there. And then also just those construction pieces where maybe a new home is being built and it becomes available, but the family says we'll hold until the holiday and we're able to move in. So it is something that we are definitely watching, as that is quite a jump in a month. And as we see those folks come in, what that's doing to our class sizes, and if we were to see another additional 20, I would be looking at what that age range is, how that's impacting class sizes, and do we need additional supports, and I would be coming to you. As you know, we now are out of our reserve positions, so it would be something on top of the budget at that point. But I would also tell you about spring. It's not uncommon to see flexing of people moving out, and that kind of back and forth in that second semester. So we'll continue to watch. It's some uncharted territory as new developments come in, and certainly as apartment complexes change that look of a young family demographic. So we'll continue to watch that. But does that help with that question?
I have a couple of questions about this, and this is somewhat based off the agenda item itself. So, 20 in the last month here, but in the peak projections, I'm assuming you're talking about the projections done by the DeMar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in your report there, we're 15 over at elementary. Yes, we only gained 3 students in the last month at intermediate, but we're 20 over the projection there. I know we're a district of innovation. I know that means we don't have to file waivers, but I helped put that in. And the
Yep.
purpose for putting that in was simply to eliminate some of the paperwork, but not necessarily to make sure that we could just have as many students as we could in the classroom.
Correct.
So I guess my real question here comes, and I recognize that when you say 20 at elementary, that is 20 in the last month spread across, but if we were 15 above the projection, plus the 20 that's there, that's quite a few students that
Yes.
we have grown at the elementary campus that may be spread across.
Mm-hmm.
What is the student-to-teacher ratio at those campuses right now? And I can see the table report. I know it says we only have 18.8 students per teacher.
Right.
Because they're factoring in
Sure.
need 6 kindergarten teachers. I'm assuming because of our growth, we probably have 7. I don't exactly know. But of those that teach those kindergarten kids every day that should be at a 22-to-1, what are they actually at?
Right.
Because I do have a concern that, and I don't want, it was never the intent, I don't think, of the board when we originally approved. I know it wasn't the intent when we brought the district innovation forward, and I know it's been approved a second time by the board to extend that, just to make that so we could have more than 22 kids in a K through 4 class. But in all of this, I don't know where we're at. And you don't have to tell me right now.
No,
You
no.
can just update us later on what that looks like.
Absolutely.
My concern is, that's a huge piece, I know, especially at that lower level. You know, it's one thing to say, because I'm looking at even the intermediate, and our table report last year said we were at 25.8 at 3rd grade to 1, and that's with all those teachers combined with the counting. If we're still at those kind of numbers, you know, that's a retention thing. That's a quality of life thing
Sure.
for a teacher.
Sure.
And so that's just kind of looking at those numbers and knowing how fast. It's a little bit of a concern. I would like to see on the next report what those ratios look like, because I'm not, I don't know about the rest of the board members, but I'm not opposed to saying, you know, and I know they fluctuate. I know my numbers where I'm at, I'm in charge of those numbers too. We go up until about the 1st of May, and then they all leave. I get that. You know, and I also understand you're only getting funding for teachers at 93% of the kids that show up here based on that ADA, which is a problem for all. But we still have to have a seat
Sure.
for the other 7% that are gonna show up half the time.
Absolutely.
And I wanna be fair to the teachers and not create that anxiety regardless. And I don't feel like, you know, I know you'll bring us what's there, but I also know
Yes.
as superintendent and everything else, you're looking at overall, we're gonna need bilingual, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need that, and you're looking at staffing for next year. What does it look like right now?
Absolutely. What I would tell you is, we've been very strong to hold those lower grade levels to smaller staffing numbers. I will also tell you that the principals are not shy. If there is a need, they are contacting me. They are saying I have some concerns. Laurel has not come forward to say we're in a bad situation here. But obviously noting this today, that we had gone up 4 since my last report, I'll be meeting with her just to see how is this shaking out, specifically in classes, because I will tell you, we had some that were smaller that I think have been able to absorb, but I want to make sure, as you stated, we're not just saying, hey, this is our allotment, that's all we can do. If the need is there, if we are overstaffed, certainly I have not heard that we don't have seats for kids. We're maxed out. Anyone's sitting on the floor. I do not believe we're at that place, but yes, I can bring you those numbers. I can bring you those class counts, and then we can talk through. Because the challenge becomes not just, do we have the budget? Are we able to do this? Because you should be balancing to some degree. Certainly it doesn't cover all the costs, as we know, but as more kids come, you're able to afford the additional teacher. Where it becomes problematic is, where are they going?
Right.
Do we have a space? So to break out a teacher and create another class, I may just not have a space for them. And so we did walk the campus before we left for the break with Ms. Wilson to really see, as we know growth is coming here, where do we move certain pieces so that we do free up another classroom. And so as they come, it's not we're out of room, we're still being able to maximize the rooms we have. So I will absolutely get you that data, and I appreciate that feedback on the DOI piece and that clarity of us understanding that the intent was to reduce the paperwork, not necessarily say we're okay with 24 or 25 at the elementary level.
And I apologize if I spoke for the board. I just know that's what it was when I brought it forward originally.
Right.
And there's several members that are sitting in here right now that were on the board when I was in.
Right. No, and that's important historically, because that doesn't necessarily translate at every school district.
My previous district, that is not the interpretation of the DOI. Yes, it was to reduce the paperwork, but it was to say we are too fast growth. Our classes will, not at the pre-K, kinder, first grade level, but beyond that, allowing that allowed for you to be able to afford what you could afford, stay within budget, and then also, like I said, that the actual space, if you didn't have the space. So it's a good reminder. Certainly our goal is always to try to stay to that ratio. And even in the pre-K, you're looking at 18, and that's law. I have to have 18 to 1. So we're keeping those numbers. It's not an intent to just cram as many kids in a classroom as possible. I agree with you. Teachers will find another place where they're not in that position.
I mean, I know we will be building an elementary school to help alleviate that, but, if space is the issue, I mean, if we need the classrooms and we need the space, saying, hey, we need another portable or whatever it is to make that happen, I don't wanna see, we know what our turnover rate has been. It has been high, and I would not want to know that part of that reason and part of the reason that we are losing some of our quality teachers is because I have 24 children and 3 of them are this, and
Yes.
and it gets to be a lot, and that's one of the reasons that people came here.
Sure.
Is they wanted those smaller classrooms, and I don't think that just because we're growing, the intent is that in looking at our goals and looking at the scorecards and things that we're doing here, that our intent is any way, shape, or form to just create a bigger school district,
No.
but to keep the things that kept us who we were. And I do think that that means making sure that we're focusing on those smaller classrooms. And I actually, when I looked at the taper, and it showed that, in 3, 4, 5, I mean, our 5th grade was at 26 to 1 on the last taper report.
Yep.
That's unheard of. That would have been unheard of here.
Right.
25 is the absolute max, and that was very few and far between. And I would like, personally, I'd like to see those numbers come down even more. I know it's expensive. I know it's stress on the budget and everything else. But if we want to see those academics and we want to have those things that make us who we are, I really think it needs to go with that.
Absolutely. And we can bring you those numbers, and we can talk through the cost of reducing that class ratio. As you know, there is no required ratio at 5th grade. But yes, the history here has been much smaller classes. It's also why we looked at the fact that we'll need to build a 3rd elementary as quickly as we will, because to keep the spaces still small, to keep those classes small, means we will quickly outgrow that elementary and need another one. So we will bring you an update on our class size ratios. I will tell you that came up in our checkpoint at the junior high, that classes were high. Certainly that's also a space issue, as you know, and we're moving as quickly as we can to get that going and get them over to the high school. But again, that's also talking about the next bond, which is an expansion of that high school, so that we don't have to have classes of 30. I would say the feedback from the teachers, and I know myself as an educator, and certainly we have educators on the board, it's not so much the number of kids. Yes, overall, the number of kids matters, but it is the demand on the differentiating. So if I have a high number to begin with, but I have a variety of needs within that class, that complicates it as well. So that's also what I want to look at beyond just the number ratio, is how are we allotting, where kids' needs are, and is that teacher really shouldering a large load of needs in also a very large class. Because again, that does speak to our retention and our support for teachers. So we will bring that information to you. Did we have, I just wanted to say, because that was actually officially the elementary report, so I just want to make sure there was nothing else from the other reports.
Yeah, I really
Yes.
kind of went way beyond where I was going, so I'll just let that marinate.
Okay. All right. So if that's okay, then I'll move to our actual superintendent's report. Yes, we dropped a little to 93.61 as our attendance rate. Remember, we do budget on 94, but as you are well aware, the upper respiratory issues have been quite high this last month. And so I know that that has impacted our attendance. Ready to move on to calendar of events. Each of you has a packet. I felt a little long-winded each month going through our athletics, and certainly in the spring, the seasons do not let up. So we went ahead and gave you a packet of all of the schedules of all the athletics, and that is, of course, online. And we want to make sure we're recognizing each sport, both boys and girls, and the opportunity to go support them. In January, we are continuing the support of our ESL students with a parent meeting. Also, part of that recruitment night for 7th and 8th graders to learn about our P-TECH Academy. The high school academic UIL teams are continuing to compete and excel as we grow those programs and see them be successful. And then our debate is also continuing to grow. And you're seeing our FFA programs continue through the show season. February is CTE month, so you'll see us highlighting those programs. We're very happy to have Ms. Gossett joining us and continuing to grow those programs and advertise for our kids. We had a very successful 8th grade tour of the high school. Teachers were very happy to see that. I think the students leading those presentations really brought an ownership of our high school students, talking about what they've achieved in those programs and letting those kids know this is what you'll be able to do. And it was really nice to see that, and we hope to see that continue to develop. Of course, it's Love the Bus Month, and we love our bus drivers, and we are continuing to recruit. Ms. Johnson's done an excellent job of continuing to recruit and train bus drivers and fill when we have had those vacancies come available. Community food drive, we have pushed that out on social media. It's a partnership that I know our community appreciates, and so we are recruiting volunteers to come out to that. The intermediate has their dance. Of course, the alumni baseball game and home run derby, and then again, those FFA shows going on. It's Counselor Appreciation Week in February. And we'll continue to have our DEIC and SHAC meetings. Because of CTE month, the mayor will do a proclamation to honor what we're doing here in the district. And we'll have a job shadowing day. And so we'll continue to celebrate CTE month and connect kids. My advisory will be meeting again. We had a very productive meeting last time, and we're taking actions on things that they have recommended and looking at things in the future. And again, they'll be presenting to you later this semester on that. Again, we see our UIL competitions happening, and Winter Guard is in full competition. That is one thing that the old gym is really wonderful for because they can spread out, and it has such a high ceiling. They don't damage the ceiling when they do their full tosses, and they were in there the other day prepping, and it's a great time for them. Athletic Booster Club meeting will be happening, as well as project graduation. We'll continue with our shadowing days for jobs in CTE, our Valentine's dance for the elementary, our National FFA Week, and of course a student and staff holiday on the 17th of February. And then the 18th, we will have our Professional Development Day. As you know, due to the weather, we missed that Professional Development Day. One of the things I'm most proud of is that we are starting to elevate our teachers presenting PD, gaining that confidence to be able to share with their peers and demonstrate things without having to get that from outside. I think that's a huge recruitment piece and a retention piece when people feel that they are valued and what they're doing is honored enough that we want you to expand our capacity by sharing that with your peers. And so that has been rescheduled to be held on that day, and we'll make sure we catch up with any of the compliance PD that we missed on that one day. And then, of course, several of you are joining me at the legislative conference, where we'll be able to talk about what's going on and some of the developments at the ledge. We'll continue with another shadowing day for job shadowing for CTE, another Winter Guard competition, and then we'll be back here for our February board meeting. So lots of opportunities to celebrate students and give them opportunities to learn and grow and discover where their future may be. Any questions? All right.
Okay, we will go ahead and move into any presentation and discussion about the district financial reports. Any questions, comments, or concerns related to that?
I did just want to give you a number. Ms. Wilson did send us the confirmed numbers. She says she is firmly at 22 to 1. So just wanted to give you that update because that just came in. Thank you.
Nothing for finance? Okay, then we'll move on to 9D, advanced academics and course guide process update.
I will be succinct. I know you have a very busy night still. I'm joined by guests again. Margie Andrew, our high school counselor, is there in the back, and then Melissa Gossett, our new CTE director, is joining me. We are happy to report that we are on our way with getting our 8th graders acclimated to the high school program. Very proud of the artifacts that I brought. I brought a prototype that is evolved into this folder for all of our 8th grade parents as they're coming in and meeting with the counselors. They're going through lots of information in these folders. It is also available online in our Navarro Prepare and Engage. So we have a QR code that is printed. This will be updated in real time. So if they have artifacts in this folder that are outdated, the website will not be. It will always be up to date. So I love this. We worked together in our collaborative vision to come up with our profile of graduate, and it's in the back of our folder for our parents to see what our priorities are for our students. So we're going to talk about advanced academics, and I hope to leave you with some very exciting updates. But as we start looking at advanced academics, I wanted to do a timeline of what has transpired. So in 2020, the board approved course weights. We had a lot of discussion about weighting of courses, which courses should have the heaviest weight, provide students, as we look at rank, with rigorous points because they did rigorous academics. Then in 2021, we looked at our STEM processes and our STEM classes. We moved IPC off of the high school as a requirement for freshmen, and we pushed biology down. We're now performing in the 90th percentile for our students in biology. I'm very excited. We have more advanced science courses and opportunities for our high school students. We looked at the addition of honors classes. We didn't have honors classes all the way across from 6th grade through 12th grade, so we started looking at those honors track, especially as we start looking at our gifted and talented students and the opportunities that they were missing out on in the secondary world. And we also moved our 6th graders from the intermediate campus to the junior high. We have a full-fledged junior high campus with 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So it's just kind of the evolution of some of our advanced academic targets. We have these courses in the course catalog outlined for our families so that they can understand what each type is. A modified course is a course that does not completely cover the TEKS at that grade level. We have this for our students that might be in our essential academics classes or our life skills classes. General classes are generally weighted without advanced opportunities, and then we start accelerating. Honors classes and accelerated classes have a heavier weight. Then we look at dual credit, on-ramps, industry-based certifications, and advanced placement, which we call lovingly AP. So as we move through dual credit versus advanced placement, this is probably the #1 question I get from parents. What is the difference? Why should we take AP? Why should we take dual credit? I always ask them, is your child planning to go to college? Are they thinking about a college in-state? Or are they thinking about a college out-of-state? If they're thinking about A&M, let's talk dual credit, because those dual credit college hours that they earn simultaneously while they're in high school transfer to the University of Texas, transfer to A&M, transfer to San Angelo State. Any state college is going to give them an opportunity to start their college career as a late freshman, already having some hours, sometimes even a sophomore. If they have an associate's degree through our program, they may even enter as a junior. It It just kind of depends on what they're taking. AP, you can possibly earn college credit by passing an AP test with a 3, 4, or 5. Dual credit, you're guaranteed college credit because it's simultaneously. You're taking the class at the same time you're taking your high school class. AP, you're getting an advanced curriculum, and at the end, when you take that assessment, you have to make a certain score to earn the college credit. So those are some of the questions that parents have about our advanced academics. Currently, we have a partnership with St. Philip's. We're also looking at Northeast Lakeview because they offer some dynamic opportunities for our kids, particularly in the world of cybersecurity. So we're having conversations with Northeast Lakeview. Melissa's been very busy getting to know that staff. She previously worked with them in her former district, so it's been exciting to start those conversations. So currently in junior high, we have 6th, 7th, and 8th grade ELA honors classes for our language arts classes. We have them for math. In 8th grade, the accelerated class is algebra. We want to increase the number of students who are taking algebra. Right now, we have 3 algebra classes. As you know, we lost an algebra teacher. We had to reorganize our algebra classes. So we have a high school teacher who is teaching one of our algebra sections at our junior high. They love it. The kids are actually going to the high school classroom, which they feel like they're important on the high school campus. But my goal is next year we want that to be 4, minimum of 4 algebra classes. If I could have 6 algebra classes in 8th grade, I'd be very happy. So we're continuing to push kids in that direction. We look at our science classes. We added 7th and 8th grade science honors classes. Next year we'll add 6th grade. We did not have a 6th grade honors class this year, and we're ready for that next opportunity. We have the addition of Spanish at our junior high right now. Next year, with a proposal that we'd like to bring to the board, we would like to do Spanish 1 and Spanish 2 at our junior high. They can earn their full LOTE, language other than English credit, for high school at junior high. So 6th grade would be introduction to Spanish, 7th grade would be Spanish 1, 8th grade would be Spanish 2. Currently, we only offer Spanish 1, so we'll be adding Spanish 2 and hopefully bring in students to get their Spanish credit at junior high, and then if they want to take sign language, which is, by the way, very, very popular and growing exponentially, they can do both. They can do ASL in high school, which is a great skill to have. So those are some of the additions at the junior high. We're also looking at the principles of business class moving down to 8th grade. We currently have a tech apps teacher that's teaching that, but it's not connected to P-Tech. Now we're going to connect it with Melissa on board. She's publicly Principles of IT. Yes, Principles of IT is in place now, but Principles of Business is going to be our new one, which we'll be talking about shortly. Sorry, this thing's not clicking fast enough. So goals for our junior high is increase the number of, as we discussed, students in the advanced math track. We want 4 sessions of algebra offered next year, with that continually growing. We want them to complete their foreign language requirement, as we discussed. This is the new course, Principles of Business course. We move a section down to 8th grade because we have some exciting new opportunities that Melissa will have a moment to share with you as well. So we already have the Principles of Information Technology. We're connecting that to our P-Tech pathway. And then we have a GT facilitator, Mrs. Adams, who you talked with earlier, who will be working with the counseling staff to ensure that our GT students, our good to talented students, are selecting these courses and they understand the benefit of selecting these courses. So we want them to be well informed. Advanced math pass, I put this in our PowerPoint presentation just so that you could see what a trajectory of advanced math would look like. I'm an 8th grader, I take algebra. As a 9th grader, I would take geometry honors, 10th grade algebra honors, 11th grade pre-cal as an option, or dual credit math, or both. Our district allows kids to double block math. Some districts don't. We do. If you want to take 2 math classes because you're looking at a STEM field, we want you to do that. 12th grade, again, you can double block math. You can take AP calculus and get some college credit, and you can take on-ramp statistics and dual credit math. You can take all 3 if you have room in your schedule. Our kids are very, very lucky with the opportunities that they have. And we've been telling them these things so that they know. We have a boy that's competing in UIL who is very, very successful, and he is wanting to take an AP test without taking an AP course. You can do that. Students can get AP tests at any time, whether they've taken the seat time in the course or not. So that's something I'm excited to share with them as well. Here's our advanced science currently. Biology honors 9th grade, chemistry honors 10th grade. 11th grade, we are offering AP biology. That's new to our course catalog. Or we can have a student elect physics on ramps. We've had that course. This will be our 3rd year to have the physics on ramps. We are adding AP classes in environmental science. And again, as a 12th grader, you could do both, environmental science AP and AP biology. Get yourself 6 hours of credit for college. Social studies is where we are suffering right now. We are trying to increase our rigor in social studies. Social studies in general across the state, the scores are low. Our students are not performing as well in social studies as we would want them to. So we thought, let's look at this very, very carefully. We've changed a lot of things at junior high. At high school, we're gonna bring an AP Human Geography class in for those freshmen to take. Their first opportunity to take an advanced class now is at the 9th grade. 10th grade, they can take AP Human if they didn't take it last year, and they also have an opportunity to take the World History AP class. 11th grade, they have US History, which is a dual credit college level class, or again, they could take the World History AP class. And then we have dual credit psychology and dual credit sociology, also 6 hours of college credit there. 12th grade, they can look at dual credit government, AP economics, dual credit psychology, or dual credit sociology. So those are, currently we're heavy on the dual credit side because those have been the classes of interest, but we could also be looking at AP, government and AP sociology. So there are opportunities there too. AP psychology is already an option as well. Here's an example of the advanced ELA pathway. If I'm a 6th grader and I want to graduate with honors, top of my class, be in the top 10, this is the pathway I'm going to be choosing. So I'll have honors all the way through junior high, 9th grade honors, 10th grade honors, and then I'm looking at English 3 AP. And the 12th grade year, I can do English 4 AP or English 4 dual credit, or both. Just depends on what they have available in their schedule. So these are new high school advanced courses. We're going to add the on-ramp statistics. Currently, we only have on-ramps physics. Yes.
What is on-ramps?
So the University of Texas has the on-ramps program. And so it's a flipped classroom where the students, they have a professor from UT that works with them. They have an instructor at the high school campus as the facilitator of the class, but they're getting college credit through the University of Texas. It's the University of Texas brainchild. It's really a very exciting thing. If you're gonna go to UT and you take these on-ramps classes, they transfer right onto your transcript, but they also transfer on your transcript to any other Texas school.
I know we all, how many students we actually have?
We're small.
I say it's really, and the only reason I ask is that I know it is historically been very difficult to get the credit for it, so I didn't know how often, I know we talk about it a lot here, but
Yes.
how many of our students are actually using it and then getting the credit for it? Because it is a very difficult program, and it is online, which are two things that are difficult for students.
Yes.
And you can send that later, that's just, I'd like to know if we have kids that are getting the credits for it and how many.
We track that very carefully, and we do. We explain to the parents. We have a parent meeting in the beginning. I think the very first year we did it, parents didn't understand why it was so hard. You know, like, it's not making it A, it's hard, it's very, very hard. So we had to really sit down and brought in the professor from UT and explained to them, this is what it looks like. I mean, the college course is not going to have that teacher tutoring them all along the way. They're gonna be lecturing, doing a lot of learning on their own accord. You know, my son gets so mad, he's like, Mom, they tested on something that we didn't even get told in class or take notes on. I was like, yeah, you have to read the book. You have to find out how to learn that information. That's gonna happen. That's a college course. And that's what this course does. It's their first opportunity to find information on their own, and it really does prepare them well. But yes, Dr. Bosch, we are tracking that because our goal is to have a successful program where kids are getting that credit, or, you know, or we're spinning our wheels. So other classes, ASL 3 is coming next year. That ASL teacher is awesome. That was a great find. I'm so excited, and you saw their holiday performance. Fundamentals of real estate. Woo! This is what I'm most excited about. We are bringing these two new courses, insurance operations and fundamentals of real estate. And our students are part of that. They have been talking about the interest, so they can actually leave high school with real estate credentials and with insurance credentials. So Melissa and I have gotten super excited about that, and that would fall into Mrs. Hensley's pathway. We're also looking at instructional practices. This is our public service endorsement. We want teachers in training. We want to develop our own teachers and keep them. So we're working on a consumer science certification teacher in order to be able to do that. Other things, we have interworking technologies, which are some dual credit cybersecurity classes, computer science, CTE, capstone courses that are all tied to our P-Tech Academy. So that's a lot of information. Other things we're looking at as we move into 26-27 is paid practicums for our education and training teachers, extended paid practicum as they move to level 4, digital forensics. Kids are very excited about these forensic science opportunities. That is an 8-hour college course, and then practicums in information technology, which is 6 hours of a level 4 course for college credit. We're going to continue to expand our advanced courses. To do this, we have to get the teachers trained. They have to attend the AP Academy in the summer. I already have an art teacher that wants to do this. We want to look at our fine arts opportunities for AP as well. But I also have content level teachers that are interested to do this. So we send them out, we pay for them to do the training, and then they are certified to teach the advanced placement courses. We're also working diligently to increase our IBCs. Students in career and technology pathways need to leave with an industry-based certification. So we are doing a great job with a new program called Career Craft, where we're tracking all of this information, and we're having personal graduation planning meetings with kids, as we should have been, and we will continue to do, to make sure that they're electing to take these IBCs. Okay, that was a lot of information. Margie is here for questions specifically to what we've done this week. All the 8th grade parents that have been coming and getting information, we've gotten some great feedback about how we're trying to be proactive and make sure that they make informed decisions about course selections. And really, I tell kids all the time, your future is not just a dream, it's a plan. So we're planning for you now so that you know what options are available to you. So, Melissa, Margie?
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Melissa set up the 8th grade tours this year. We haven't done that before. And today, all the district counselors started meeting with 8th graders and their parents. And, you know, the first part of the conversation was, you know, were you here for the 8th grade tour? And what are you interested in? And every one of those kids had an idea because they saw our programs, they talked to the teacher, they saw demonstrations going on. So it was really exciting today to meet with the 8th graders because they got to see stuff. They got to see actually what goes on in the classroom. So it was really good. So thank you to Melissa for doing the 8th grade tours.
And to hear from the students. The students were the ones that got excited about the courses.
Can I suggest starting that earlier?
Yes.
At San Marcos, we do 5th grade, even
Yes.
junior high. And so the kids are super excited, and then they have those years to really look into it.
I've only been here 5 weeks, so. But that was one thing I did want to impose to make sure that the kids knew exactly what programs we had at the high school. Because even though they're so close, they don't always know exactly what we offer. And having their older peers explain it to them and show them their projects was just a different level.
We agree with you. We definitely, that's why we brought in the Zello program this year. And elementary and intermediate have taken off with Zello. They're so excited. Those kids are starting to tell us things like, hey, they said I would be really good at this. I'm like, yeah, you would be really good at this. So we're just reassuring things that they're interested in. But I agree with you. When they can see other students, the high school students especially, that are doing these things, they get very excited. So that's our next, put that on our to-do list.
And I'll also add at the parent night, that the 8th grade kiddos were taking their parents to the tables because the CT teachers were all there set up, and they went straight to where they wanted to go, and they were showing them and telling them off what they learned. So it was a good connection piece.
For the new high school advanced courses for 25-26, do we have teachers in place already that can be the instructors for those?
Yes. The ones that we're offering currently, we already have. Long-term, as we look at advanced sciences, we're gonna have to hire a new science teacher. We have one that's retiring this year. So we're going to look at specific credentials when we post that job to make sure that they meet those credentials. And then we do the wraparound services and we provide the training to the teachers. They have to do 30 hours annually to renew their contract or their certification, not their contract. So we try to make sure that they're getting hours that match what they want to do, what they want to teach. Any other questions? Just want to make sure the board has good information. I know a lot of times parents come directly to you with questions about courses or questions about, should I do this, should I do that? I just want to make sure that you have good information too. And feel free, anytime we have an academic services meeting every other week where we're looking at this information, I'll be happy to talk about enrollment numbers, how many are doing their industry completions. We can even share the career craft data with you too, and we will as we give you updates on our CTE program so you're aware of what we're tracking and how we're trying to support and sustain these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're gonna move into the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments on consent?
Of course.
Who wants to go?
Did you read again? Oh, you were pointing at me?
I can tell.
No, so me and Ms. Emily did not get a chance to connect, so I do have one. So the only way, it's my understanding, the only way to actually discuss the consent item is before, correct?
No, we can
That's-
discuss.
You can approve the entire agenda with the exception of the item that you would like to open for discussion
Yeah.
and have a discussion about it, or you can just say, I would like to ask a question about it, ask it, and then as long as it doesn't create an issue of not
Okay, so I
approving,
can ask the question.
then you could.
Perfect, that's all I was really
Yeah.
going for. But Kelly,
I knew that was coming from me. Why did I not know, why did I know that?
it's okay. So on the budget amendment form, I was a little unclear. Is the 65,000 for the vehicle included in the budget amendment, supposed to be in the budget amendment, or is
No,
it
that-
already budgeted dollars?
We had 65,000 budgeted. It went a little over because of putting the camera system in. Okay, so we are a little over on it.
So
So
that's
that's
$5,000.
only 5,000 is
Okay.
really all I was adding to that. Unless I put something wrong, I'll have to
No,
look
no,
and see.
no, I just was
Okay.
trying to understand, because I don't think I was a part of the 65,000, I don't remember.
There was a 65,000 originally put in the budget to
Okay.
try to buy a new vehicle, and we just went a little over on it.
Okay, so since you asked a question on that one, I'll ask it on the other one, because I saw you put the detail in there about the technology piece for the 77,000 on the amendment. The 31,000 for the Chromebooks, have we already approved that when we purchased previous, or is that coming in the future? Because typically, when I put in a budget amendment, I usually have the action item that night that I want to purchase, but, or are we just planning for?
Remember, your purchasing threshold is now 50,000, so you don't actually have to approve
I
that.
was thinking the 25 still, sorry.
Yes, yeah, I figured that's what it was, but, and that's why I asked Paul to add that, so you would see by line item, nothing reaches
I
the
was thinking
50,000.
25, not 50, so that, okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense, okay.
I still have to remind myself of that sometimes too, so don't.
Yes.
It was 25 forever.
I think when I asked you about that, I said 25 too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're all still stuck with it.
I was still stuck on the 25 when I read it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions on consent? If there's no questions and no further discussion, can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
I make a motion that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
All right, the motion was made by Donna, second by Clint. All in favor? It passes 7-0. And with that, we are going to go into closed section pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.07 regarding the purchase, exchange, leasing. The value of real property